thief was down to his last breath, hanging there and can't wait. When he turned to the master and said, Lord have mercy on me, he was just a broken vessel. Then Jesus washed away his sins, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can make. Oh, there's not a broken vessel God can't make. Yeah. When the whole world turned its back on you, Jesus will be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Lord Almighty, Jesus sees the potter, and we are just the clay. And even when the vessel is broken, he won't throw the clay away. Bring him all of your problems, your troubles, and your sin, 'cause there's not a broken vessel Almighty God can make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. Yeah. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel that God can't make. Yeah, yeah. There's not a broken vessel that God can make. When the whole world turns its back on you, Jesus will always be your friend. He will pick up all the pieces, time and time again, 'cause there's not a broken vessel God can. He's always there for me. Yeah, yeah. So no matter what the circumstances may be, no, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So I met this old man. He was so poor, didn't hold no bed, so we slept on the floor. He's always smiling, never heard him complain. He said I've proven God again and again. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me. Yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always a drop bombs, and the youth them need you. Friends all ask me what I'm gonna do. I smile and tell them that God will see me through. No matter what the circumstances may be, yeah, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the sunshine or through the rain, through the pleasure or through the pain, God is always there for me. So no matter what the circumstances may be, God is always there for me, yeah. Through the good times or through the bad, through the happy times or through the sad, God is always there for me. I met this old man, he was so poor.
Good afternoon to all my listeners and viewers. Welcome to Rebel Radio. Today is Wednesday, bright and sunny day in August. Yes, the month is coming to an end and you realize how the year is traveling fast. Yes, in a couple of days we will be in the 9th month. And the 9th month, we are close to an anniversary since Hurricane Melissa passed through Jamaica and left a devastating impact on the lives of thousands of Jamaicans. Yes. And, thousands are still having problems, their life unsettled. Talking about unsettledness, those people in Trelawney, Cooper's Pen, yes, how are they fearing off? Where are they sleeping? How are they managing with basic amenities? Boy, our brothers and sisters, and then you have, just saw a report I read yesterday about an attack, a gang attack, and residents in 80, 50, or 47 killed. Yes, these are our brothers and sisters all over the world. Yes. And in this region, we are not having a nice time. Hurricane in Colombia, earthquake rather, in Colombia. Yes. All kinds of disasters and troubles affecting the lives of the people. Let us start this evening's program by continuing our discussion on the lives of the people at Cooper's Pen. I have with me journalist and public commentator Lloyd Dageler. Lloydie, are you there? Lloydie, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, Desmond.
Okay. Yes, as I was saying that the lives of the people in Cooper's Pen, how are the people, those people managing, do they have the basic needs, or are they being treated? Yes, do you have any, what is the latest?
Well, as far as I know, I've been there once myself, and I read whatever is published in the newspapers, and I've seen reports on television as well. But it's a very, very difficult situation for the people there, because their homes have been demolished, their beds, their furniture, their fridge, their stove, and even some of them lost money, right? And so they have set up a few tents there, and that's just not enough. It's not comfortable. They're having a problem with water. They're having a problem with sanitation. When they want to use a toilet, where do they go? Where do they go and bathe? You know, how do they eat, etc., etc. And apart from a little charity give out here and there, their demands are really very, very serious. And one very important point that needs to be made, that the people have had some recent protests demanding reparations and compensation from the government, and they have highlighted the Prime Minister that they need his intervention. But guess what? The Prime Minister has said that whatever he has to do to give them, it cannot be something which is sustainable, right? So in other words, it can't be sustainable, and why it can't be sustainable is because there are thousands and thousands.
I don't know what I lost.
I'm sorry, yeah, are you hearing me?
Yeah, you broke a while ago, but you are back, and we are back with.
Are you hearing me?
Yes,
okay.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead, Lord.
What I'm saying is that
you are breaking up.
Yes, oh boy.
You are breaking up. You are breaking up. You are breaking up. Lady, well, Lady, are you?
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes, I'm hearing you.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Continue, Lady. Oh, you are breaking up again. You are off. Yes, which we are talking to Lloyd Aguilar, but we are having some internet problems. Lloyd, I tell you what, hang up and let me call you back. Yes, we are, as I said, we are talking to Lloyd Aguilar, but we are having some issues with the internet. I'm trying to reconnect him now, just now, but I am not getting through as yet. I'm going to see what happens now. As I said, we are having some issues with internet. Yes. Lady, you are there?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you very well.
All right, continue.
So what I'm saying therefore is that
Well, I don't know what is happening to Lloyd's line.
Are you hearing me?
You went a while ago. I don't know what is happening to your internet connection there. It is going in and out. Yes.
But are you hearing me now, Desmond?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, very good. Yeah. So, challenge in terms of.
No, I tell you what. We are not. We are Lady. Lady, I tell you what. Lady. You are breaking up. Yes. Well. As I said, we are not hearing each other at all. Yes, I am going to try to connect with him straight and see what happened. I don't know, but as I said, we're having issues reaching issues with the internet. Yes.
You have been redirected to the mailbox of the number 18768.
Yes. As I said, we are having some.
You have been redirected to the mail.
We are having some technical issues there at. Yes, Lady, we are having some technical issues. You are in and out.
Can you hear me now, can you?
Well, I'm hearing you now.
Okay, very good, very good. Yeah. So I'm just explaining that, what's happening is a very, very serious situation. Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so I'm just saying that, it's a very, very serious situation, and we need to really talk about it. So, yes, you can ask any question you want, so we can go down that road.
Yes. As what we have seen so far, following the event, we see where those men who were detained by the police that filed a lawsuit. What we have not heard any plan from the government. The thing I heard from the Prime Minister was that he was waiting on information before he made a statement. And so far, we have not heard any concrete plans from the government. Do you expect any plans from the government to address the homelessness facing those people in Trelawney?
They have not said anything at all in terms of what plans they are, what they're going to do. So I'm just thinking that it is the people that really have to stand up for themselves and on their behalf. And we, the people, have to speak up for them as well, in terms of what are their rights and what needs to be done.
Mm-hmm. Yes. The other thing is that, what I am concerned about, and you raised that point, is how are the people surviving now, those people whose homes were bulldozed? Because we know that the government has put up a couple tents. Let me ask you, when you went down there, were you able, the number of tents that you saw, were they able to shelter? Were they able to shelter?
Wait, when you say go down, what are you talking about now?
Cooper's Pen.
Yeah.
I am asking you.
Yes.
I'm asking you, when you went down there, the number of tents you saw, were they able to house all the people whose houses were destroyed?
Absolutely not. People were destroyed, and they haven't really, put everybody back together again. So this is a very, very serious situation, and it's the rich people who are benefiting from it, and the poor people, the small landowners, they are having some, big issues there right now, and we have to really speak up on their behalf, because it's a bad situation.
Have you seen a report that the owners of the property are indebted to the government $26 million in taxes. Have you seen that?
Well, I've heard about it. I haven't really seen it written down an analysis, etc., etc. But that can compromise the owners of it, and that can give the government the power to do what it is that they wish to do. And anybody who gets himself caught in the middle of that situation, then they are going to suffer the consequences of what is going on there. So we really need a situation here of land for the landless. We need that. We need land for the landless, and that is something that we haven't resolved. We have squatting on the big land owners, and they say that is illegal. But there's poverty in the country, and people have to sort it out. But the rich are protecting themselves, and the poor have to try and see what it is that they can do as well. But the power of the state is behind the rich, and because the power of the state is behind the rich, you can be, made landless, because the rich can call the government, call the state to come and do what it is that they want to do. So those are some of the circumstances that the people are facing right now.
Absolutely. The other key thing that you have, well, many of us have raised this issue, and it is something that, as we speak right now, the possibility exists where thousands of Jamaicans can be bulldozed because they are on lands that are not owned by them. The other thing that we observe, and we have not heard, I don't know if you have seen, I have not seen or heard any plan by the government to address the landless in the country. I haven't. Have you seen any plan like that, Lloyd?
No, sir, I've not seen anything at all where people are addressing land for the landless, where that is addressed. Because you must remember, that Jamaica is captured land, right? The land here in Jamaica is captured land. They captured the land from the Tainos, and they committed genocide against the Tainos here. And then the British took over the land, and then they brought slaves here, right? And they used the slaves on the sugar plantations that they set up. And when slavery was over, they told the slaves that don't you capture the land, because we need your labor, because we want you to labor on the sugar plantations. And so that is the policy that has continued to this day. So even though there are a few people here and there who have captured land and have passed it on to their relatives, etc., they might not be able to legally show possession of this land. They might not be able to show that they have legal possession. And so the power to dispossess the landless is still in the hands of the state and still in the hands of the powerful in this country. That is a big issue. And then we need now to talk about what happened in Cuba. When Cuba had their revolution, the first thing that they did was to give land to the landless. And they did that. They took away all the big sugar plantations from the foreigners and even from the local Cubans. And they made sure that there was enough land for the people to grow, to produce, and to take care of themselves. So we, that is a model for us here in Jamaica, that we need land for the landless. And the structure that we have right now is land is in the hands of a minority, and when the state is ready, they can go into any property that they wish to, and say to the people, can you prove that this is it? Then they have the power to destroy or to remove you, etc., etc. So that is a number one issue which has to be discussed and has to be resolved in order for us to move on. Because even sometimes when the people just want to build a little house, etc., etc., it is not acceptable, and that can become a big problem for those people. It just can't work. There's one, it can't work.
Yes. No. Based on this, the structure, the political structure we have in Jamaica, you will. This is my view. We are not going to see the Cuban model in Jamaica. Because of the fact that the two parties that have governed Jamaica since 1944, both of them are, they are in close relationship. In other words, private property is part of the system, right? And neither of them have indicated, and I doubt it very much that you will see any of them indicated any capture of private property to give to the landless. The closest one big step that I have seen so far through my lifetime was during the 70s, the Monday administration, where they introduced a land lease program to make land accessible. Well, as you know, that did not go far, right? But the issue is that as we stand now, we speak now, it is unlikely that we are going to see the Cuban model in Jamaica. You are in agreement with that?
Yes, I'm in agreement with you, because the Cuban model is the model for us, the people, in terms of how people acquired the land, the big landowners acquired the land that they acquire. They pass on the land to one another, and we, the poor people, you're squatting, and they can just use that term that you're a squatter, and if you're a squatter, they can come and move you out and do whatever it is that they want. So this thing now has to be we have to have a discussion, a national discussion about how we resolve this matter, that we need land for the landless. Because when we have land for the landless, it means that agriculture will improve. It means that the living conditions of the people will improve. But when we don't have land for the landless, you are subject to the violence of the state if you own a piece of property and they can come and take off. Because what happens is that there's nothing on that property.
You're breaking up again.
I think it's like 12 that adverse potentially you can go and make a claim in the court that to adverse possession, this is your property because the landlord didn't come and say anything and so on. But the government have been telling the landlords that you must go there and make sure that you tell them that is your land, etc., etc. So when the time go before the court, the landlord can tell the court or tell the judge that they have been trying to get the squatters off the land, but they haven't done it. And then the judge will say, well, listen, yes, we're going to get you off the land because the landlord has been telling you this for a long time. And then now, when the landlord take over the property, suppose him don't get the loan or whatever it is to do whatever he wanted to do, then the land remains as a...
Yes, we have lost the lady there again. As I said, we have been... Yes, lady.
Are you hearing me this one?
Yes, I'm hearing you now.
Yeah. So I'm saying that the situation keeps repeating itself over and over.
Mm-hmm. Yes. By the way, are you moving? You're driving? You're not driving?
No, I'm sitting right before my computer,
yeah.
talking to you. I'm not moving at all. I don't know why we're having this issue, but but make a point.
Yeah. Yes, lady, I agree with you perfectly clear that as the situation exists now, that the landless are at a disadvantage. Now, the other point that I remember there was a case. I'm not saying this one is similar, but there was a case on Red Hills Road where the landlord had taken some action to displace a number of people, but the government stepped in at the time and acquired the property. Do you remember that incident?
Yes, I remember about that as well. Yes, the government does have the power, Desmond, to do that kind of thing. But, let's face it, there's a relationship between the big businessman them and the big landowners and the government. Because a lot of them are the ones who provide them with, money in order to do their campaigns and to win the election and so on. And sometimes the big businessman them give them a little money on the side. So when it comes down to poor people versus rich people, the 99% of the time, it is the rich people that the state, the government will be siding with or defending against the poor people because they have the laws backing them up. Whereas poor people have a problem finding the laws to back them up. They can get a lawyer. Poor people can't get no lawyer. They can send the police come and say, well, we want to move you, we want this, mash up your house, etc., and move you out of this territory. So those are some of the class differences that exist right now that is in favor of the landlords or the people who claim the land, and those of us who don't have no land and they are trying to survive. That is where things are going. So like I keep saying, we need land for the landless.
Yeah.
And part of the Constitution, it needs to be discussed because Jamaica is captured land. Jamaica is a land that was captured from the Tainos, and then genocide was committed against them. And then the British came, took over the land, and pass it on to themselves, and one or two Jamaicans were able to acquire a piece of land here and there. But the origins of the land situation here is not equality, it's not justice. It is bias based on the power of a small class of people versus the large majority of the people. That is basically what's going on.
Yes. Well, Lady, we have to leave it there for today, but as you know, this is an issue that we have to keep on the front page because, as we say, it has affected the lives of many people. Let us say to be continued. Thank you very much for your time today.
No, man, thank you very much, and keep up the good work, Desmond. All the best.
Okay, Lloyd. That was Lloyd Aguilar, there, journalist and public commentator. And we are talking about land for the landless. What must be done in order to address this issue? This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
Everybody's sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set your budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next bill view from me up, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit giant line, just stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving. Big JPS, powering what matters.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and we continue to look at what is happening to our people around the country. I have with me now the Member of Parliament for Southeast St. Anne, Dr. Kenneth Russell. And listeners and viewers, you know this part of St. Anne there is a historical part. Dr. Russell, good afternoon to you.
Hey, good afternoon, Desmond. How are you doing?
Well, I am supposed to be okay, sir. How are things in Southeast St. Anne?
Wow. Hot. The constituency, the weather conditions combined with the issues with the water systems, it's a difficult time. It's a difficult period.
Yes. Hold it there for me a second. Yes, back with you, Doc. Yes.
Yes, I'm here.
First of all, congratulations. I see where you have taken over a new political post in the party there. Congratulations. No.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yes. The drought is affecting the country at the moment, but as it relates to the rehabilitation, for hurricane rehabilitation, how is that going in the constituency?
So, it's complicated, right? The constituency is one of those middle of the
when the country was divided in terms of level of severity in the effects of the hurricane, you may recall we fell in the middle, St. Ann on a whole, and Southeast St. Ann included. So a lot of people, they might not have lost their roofs, they might not have had a structure blown down, but the winds, shook the buildings, cracked the walls, lift up some zinc and so on. So right now, I think people are a bit nervous. We have a new hurricane season, and a lot of them have not been able to do the repairs that are required. Some got a bit of support for their initial response through my office. Quite a few actually are on the roofs program. Roofs is the program through which government provided that grant, which ranged from $75,000 to $500,000.
Yes.
But the issue there is that a lot of people are not able to access that support. There wasn't a single payout location in my constituency. There wasn't a single hardware where people could go and collect their materials. So they even up to this day, people come into my office. Earlier today, somebody was calling because the distance is so far. And so if you get 75 or 200,000 and you have to travel from York or Irons Mountain to Bamboo, even to HUS, those are the closest options that are available. So you pay out, a significant amount of the money just in transporting the supplies that you're buying. Then in the more recent iteration, some persons were allowed to collect money through their bank accounts, which does make it easier. But then I'm also hearing that some people are still awaiting the payouts from the program. So that is the most significant source of support which has been provided, but it's challenging, and generally, people they're doing their best to put things back together, but they could really use a lot more support than they're getting right now. I'm very worried actually that there are two things happening. One, of course, is the drought, and you might say the drought is not related to the hurricane response or to hurricane preparedness. But to the extent that you're not able to reap the vegetables, you're not able to rear the chickens, it means that your account, whatever it is, if that's the main source from which you're going to be able to save a few pennies for the rainy season, you're not able to do so now. And I tell you, a lot of the farms are down because it's almost impossible to be productive given what's going on. So the drought is not unrelated to hurricane preparedness. But the other part of it, I made mention of the fact that the mountains are burning, and what's happening there is that the protection that we got from the mountains with the trees and so on, with so many acres burned right now, means that we're also losing some of that protection from the winds, but also the potential for land slippage and so on. So it's a difficult time now, and it doesn't augur well for what will happen if we get a hurricane similar to Melissa.
Wow, that's terrible. Doc, I know that it is very tough on the members of Parliament. But before I go there, let me ask, how are the roads in your constituency?
Well, we have, let me start with the good news, because we had a patching program which took out a couple of really bad areas in the last 2 months or so. And then we also had one road which is on the Spark program, which is now over 90% complete. So that's the good part of what's happening. But the other side of it, we have breakaways from the hurricane, which have not been touched. We have a place in going towards Whitehall in the Blackstonage area. We actually have 3 locations and sections on that road where there is damage to the road surface. And in one part especially, it's now single lane traffic. Really, really treacherous. So those things have not been touched. But in addition to that, Southeast St. Ann has the most NWA managed roads, the most main roads as we call them. And whatever we get to to do patching is just not enough. So a lot of the roads are really in very deplorable condition. If you try to go from Alderton to 9 Miles, if you try to go from Colgate to Dunsville, if you try to go to Parritown from the Hindstone side, just about any direction you go, it's really bad. Even the roads where we did a bit of patching the other day, we committed to, working with NWA, we basically agreed that we're going to patch where vehicles would need to stop in order to get by, meaning the potholes are so bad that you'll have to stop, which in itself is a safety security issue. So, it's just a drop in the bucket. We have improved, as I said, there are some areas where we've been able to get some work done, but there's just a lot more that is required. And now is a great time to be doing that kind of work. We have a few areas that serve schools. My aim was to try and have some of that work done, but, unfortunately, we haven't been able to do all of the areas that we'd like to do. But a bit of progress is certainly a bit better than the last time we spoke, but it's definitely not what the people deserve or where we want to see it go. But, we continue to advocate, continue to push to ensure that we get roads that are at least safe for use.
Yeah, you spoke about schools. In a couple of days is the start of the school term. What about the schools that were damaged in your constituency? Have they been repaired?
It's a mixed bag. Some schools had received, so the government had prioritized schools depending on level of damage and so on. So what I think priority one schools got funding and contracts were put in place for repairs. And in at least 3 cases, the work is done or will be done in time for the start of school. There are a couple others where the repairs are still going on, and it's not going to be ready. But outside of those that were damaged by the hurricane, the usual wear and tear that happens with schools, and some of the buildings were not in the best condition to start. So I'm actually now, the reports, we're now going through and getting feedback from the principals about what we need to do to make sure the schools are ready for the start of school. I would say based on where we are now, about 50% or so are ready to go, doing final cleanup and so on. But then you have others that will have to make some alternate arrangements to accommodate the children because the construction works are still in progress. But it's an area where some schools have received the funding, others are still waiting. They don't have enough to do the kind of cleanup and prep work that is required. So it's a mixed bag right now. It's definitely not for some schools. It's certainly not where they would want to be. So it's something that we're doing our best to make sure they're open and ready. But it's slow going for some schools, and it's very frustrating because it means that the principals and some of the teachers have spent their entire summer at some of these schools trying to get them ready, helping to supervise the works and so on. So they too have not had a chance to, get a break to recharge and get ready for the school year. So there's quite a bit of frustration there with how slowly some of the work has gone. It is an area that, and I know the minister and so on, they've talked about the fact that it's not at the pace that they would like. I think something like 45% or so. It's a relatively low number, percentage-wise. So we have to do more, and it's reflected in my constituency.
Yes.
So we're going to have some hiccups with some of the schools.
Yes, of course. Yes, Dr. Russell, as I said, I know it is tough on MPs, but with you now as this is your first term, what are some of the initiatives that you are advancing to address the issues faced by your constituents?
All right, good. So education is a big one, and we've spent the last couple of days, and we continue to support parents as much as possible to get them back into school, get children back into school. Sadly can't provide all the support they need, but I'm spending somewhere in the order of $9 million from CDF and other sources to help children, help parents to get the children back to school, providing book vouchers, providing books, and providing a grant for some of the tertiary level students. And then I'm also working with the schools to say we want a strong emphasis on the foundational skills. We want them to read and be able to do math by the end of grade 3. That is the big focus. So that the year ahead, that's what I'm supporting with the schools, driving that, because we know that if they start early and learn to read, learn to do math early, then they're able to function much better at higher levels. So education is a major priority. I've put a lot of emphasis on open spaces, the community spaces, and specifically we are in the process of revitalizing one of the most iconic, I would say, community spaces in the constituency, Prosper Hall, which is in the Claremont area. And just a week and a half or so ago, 2 Sundays back, we had a massive sports fest. And so using it as a chance to bring the community together, but as I said, creating these spaces where people can play, socialize, and build skills, including interpersonal skills, but also your skills in the different sports and so on. So I'm very passionate about that, because when the extent to which we can succeed at that, it will then offset some of the issues that we're having around socialization, especially of young people. I'm also pushing an initiative that is focused on, housing is a major challenge, and we're doing especially housing for women, single women especially. So they're quite vulnerable, and we saw that as well in the hurricane. And one of the things I have not been able to do, but what we're working towards, is to be able to provide complete low-cost housing solutions, but in the interim, just trying to take advantage of the social housing program that the government has. But in addition to that, you probably recall the children who died in the fires in Walkerswood just over a year ago or so, and a part of that was the fact that we had the family using candles, and we have so many cases of candles and lamps and so on being used for lighting. So the government's electrification program, through the rural electrification program, is something that I'm pushing big time to ensure that communities get better access, safer access to electricity, because then that also changes whether children can study, whether some of the things that happen within the household. So that is linked to my housing focus, because I know those go together and can change the quality of life, and the choices, especially that women and their children have to make. The other one, which right now, we're taking a beat with the drought, but the water, as simple as it seems, well over 2/3 or thereabouts of the constituency is without are not customers of the Water Commission. Either they live in an area where they don't have legal service, or areas where the service is not being provided. So we've done some work. We work closely with the Water Commission. There's some, we for example, link the water from the Clarendon end into the St. Anne services in the Martin area, and we intend to expand that into the communities in that section, because there's no other reliable source that they'd be able to access. So the issue of water, there are communities that are close to the NWC service, and we've agreed on some communities that we're going to expand services into. There's a treasure, Desmond, in the Alderton area. There's a huge well with the capacity to serve some 2,500 people daily. 2,500 households daily. Can you imagine? But it sits there on one of the it sits there on the on land that were owned by, I think now owned by Windalco or owned by Alcan. You know, they used it in the past to serve their animals because they had cattle rearing in the area. But now it's there, not being used, massive reservoir that just needs some resources to, you know, get it up and running and to have the piping and so on into the community. So, you know, these provide opportunities that I think, based on the work we did in the first year, just mapping out and doing some of the assessments and making sure we understand where the various sources of water can come from. I know in the year ahead and certainly by year 3, we would definitely have made some serious inroads in providing access to water for communities. So those are a few that are a major focus. The housing and electrification. I didn't talk about land, but that's a big issue. We can come back to that. Education, open spaces, and as I said, water. So those are the top ones that we've given attention to so far. We want to build up.
Yes, of course, yes. The water issue there is a critical issue, and you are not lonely. The people in St. Ann are part of the thousands of Jamaicans who don't have access to running water. And I can just imagine now with the drought situation on, they are feeling it more dreadful. It is in your constituency, Doc. I can imagine there are people there who, those without running water, is the parish council trucking water to those areas?
The short answer is no. So the way this system is set up, the Water Commission should truck to its customers, right? But even within that bracket, so during normal times, you will have an area, even the town of Claremont, right? You have, just for argument's sake, let's say you have 150 persons who are accessing the NWC water, right? But when the system is down, and most of the wells and the pumps around my constituency are either down or functioning below capacity right now, and it's been the case for the past 3 months, so even before the drought got to the point where it is now. But the point I want to make is that if you have 150 persons using water in a section of Claremont, you might have a half of them were actual, a half or 2/3 are actual customers, meaning they have a legal connection to the NWC system. So when the NWC is trucking, it trucks to its customers, right? So the others who are not customers, they have to find another way to access. So they either have to buy water privately, or rely on water that is trucked by my office or the councils. But the areas now that are not served by the NWC, where there is no connection, people basically rely on the rains from above. Those areas, the parish council is responsible for trucking water to those areas, and it's not happening. You have the odd truck that goes to a community here or there, but given where we are now, and my appeal, I spoke to the mayor on Friday, I messaged the minister yesterday, we should have a scheduled program of getting water into communities, but my heart bleeds. I was in a place yesterday and people are saying 3 weeks, 4 weeks, no water, right? So people have to find creative ways. They go to the friend to have their clothes washed. They go into another community to get a couple bottles of water. It's really heartrending to see what's going on right now. And we are, at the tipping point of what could be a crisis if this continues. So we really are not serving the people. I get an allocation for trucking, which will run out today. By the time I think we have about 6 loads of water left on the money that's allocated to us. We have to compete with the private interest to get the trucks. So it's, even if you have a little money, it's difficult to actually get the resources out there. It needs a strong centralized government program. Right now I think we have to just forget the the NWC versus parish council responsibilities, and just have a strong program of trucking water into communities. Because as I said, my pumps and wells, they are not working. They're working at half capacity, most of Claremont at the moment, and has been the case for the past 3 months or so. They have not had consistent water supply. And the same is happening with the pumping money. The same is happening down Parrytown because the pump that serves them from Shaw Park is out, right? So across the constituency, that is the cry right now. People just aren't able to get access to water. And so you have some people who are selling it at these unreasonable, exorbitant prices, right? So they are now being exploited in the midst of this crisis. So it's a really, really, as I said, tricky situation that faces the constituencies like mine, and I know I'm not alone. It's not the only one.
Yeah, yes. The mine out land, some time ago, long time now, there was some call from the government on the backside companies to restore some of those mine out lands for agricultural purposes. In your constituency, I know that your constituency is a bauxite mining constituency. The mined out lands, have they been restored?
Some areas, there was some restoration that has taken place for the last year or two, but we still have significant sections in the Walkerswood area. We have these pits that were dug for mining, and they have not been filled in. So that's that land reclamation it's going too slowly, and we've said to the minister in the parliament, we have to ensure, and I know he has said there will be consequences for not reclaiming the lands in the time that the law requires, but it's just not happening. That enforcement, the mining companies tell the story of the wells, the pits still have alumina in them, and so they basically they leave a bit as an excuse to keep them open. But again, in a constituency like mine, where some of the mining is taking place in pretty close proximity to communities, it's just unacceptable. It's unacceptable that we are moving people and doing all kind of, just unjust things to communities in order to mine. And then when the mining is done, we don't quickly try to restore the place so that people can use the lands in peace. It requires a lot more. Again, I've heard the talk, but we're just not seeing the action on the ground. I have communities where people have to come to me complaining that their walls were damaged, the ponds that the animals would drink from filled with silt and so on, the dust and so forth from the operations. And it's just not fair to communities that you have to be reaching out to your political representatives to make a case on your behalf. These things should be, without question, given where we are and what we know about mining operations. These things shouldn't be happening. But we see that the industry is, still functioning as if it's deliberately trying to create these tensions with the communities, and it's not acceptable. So the reclamation of the land is one thing, but then there are these other issues related to the industry, which we have to look at to ensure that the companies, adhere to the requirements of law in terms of remuneration and so on that must be paid for damage that they do and so on. But it's what's happening now, and it's going to get to the point where communities will take a much stronger stance than they are taking now, because the companies are not as responsible, I would say, as they ought to be in their operations. And we've raised it multiple times in the parliament since I've been there with the minister.
Yes. Well, Dr. Russell, as you have identified, the big issue in Southeast St. Ann right now as we speak is water. Water The people need the people need water. And as I indicated that this is a cry around Jamaica. But we have to
it is.
We have to leave it there for today, Dr. Russell, but we have to keep on talking, and because these are issues which are affecting the lives of the people that you serve. Yeah. And I know that you have
indeed.
I know that you are committed to serve your people. But thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Yeah, man, thank you for the opportunity, and just again to appeal to the government for a really strong coordinated program of trucking, not just to household, but now that schools are reopening, they too need water to help with their preparations, even some of the health facilities and so on. So it just needs a strong and effectively coordinated program that ensures that we don't, without water, then we're at risk of a whole slew of, other negative spin-offs, including health-related issues. So I really am appealing for the government to take this serious.
Good afternoon, Dr. Russell. Thank you very much, sir. Yes.
Bless you. Good talking to you.
Yes. That was Dr. Russell there, Kenneth Russell, the Member of Parliament for Southeast St. Ann. And you heard him, the people in his constituency, they need water. Water. Yes. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
Everybody's sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set your budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next million view from me up, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit giant line, just stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving big JPS. Powering what matters.
God in the day, it's still God in the night. Life is easy when you're on top of the mountain. You've got peace of mind like you never know. Yeah, but things change when you're down in the valley.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and as you heard, we have been discussing the issues affecting the people. And right now, there are some serious issues affecting our brothers and sisters in Haiti. Yes. Just yesterday, I received a report of, said nearly 50 people killed, a gang attack. Well, I have with me today Paris Jerome, Asian journalist, to tell us what is happening over there. Paris, how are you today?
Hi, Richard. I'm okay. What about you?
Yes, well, I am supposed to be all right.
Yes, a pleasure to be with you again.
Yes. I saw this report where this deadly attack, where over nearly 50 people have been killed.
Yes, on Sunday there is a big attack, a gangs attack in Kiskov. Kiskov it's a place around Port-au-Prince, and about 50 people have been killed. According to the reports, and 50 people have been killed. Some have been kidnapped. They are still under the control of the gangs, and the country is on the shock now.
Yeah. Now, where this took place, this is, tell us exactly where, how far away from Port-au-Prince that are.
Kiskov is a mountain after Pétionville. It's a mountain after Pétionville. It's been many months, about 1 year, since there is a gang attack. There is a gang attack in that place, and it's not the first gang attack who killed the people, but I think the last one is the most important. And against this area.
Yeah. So is there a reason for the gangs to go into that village, to that part of Haiti, to attack the people? Why have they done that?
And for now, we don't know. I can imagine they want to, since 1 year, the gang tried to take the authority on this area. They are still there, but the police and other authorities resist with them. Maybe by Sunday there is some relashment, and there is they want to show and to force police to let them to do what they want to do, to take all the areas. And they are on the mountain, but they couldn't reach the downtown. And it's the first time, and they do this attack on the downtown of Kiskov.
Wow. So as you said, let me ask you, this area, are they in control of this area, or they are trying to impose control over there?
Exactly. They have to take all the control on all the areas. They have control on one part, but they never take the downtown. Maybe they did this attack to show they have authority, they have power, and they are more powerful than the authorities.
Yes.
This is what I think.
Mm-hmm.
There's in another explanation. People want to try to, and there's another explanation. Since for last weeks, there's many steps in the electoral process. And for some people, election is not possible before the security. According to some people, they don't want to show election is not possible. This is another explanation.
Yes. Well, as you know, the security issue is one issue that has been on the table, because there has been to say that if the security has not improved, then it will impact negatively on the elections.
Exactly. Even that, the government, the electoral council, and did a lot. Try to move forward with the election. And now some people say no, it's not possible. The security first before the election. The Sunday's attacks and can be interpreted as a sign election is not possible.
Mm-hmm. Yes. But what are the authorities saying? So far, what has been the response from the authorities to this deadly attack on the people?
For now, there are promises, meeting, condolences, but not yet, and a response on the ground. People are going to say they will respond, they will attack the gangs, they will destroy the gangs. But for now, there's many, and people are concerned, and many will say they will have other attacks in other areas around Kiskov. But for in the reality, on the ground, there's no answer. Yes.
Mm-hmm. But tell me something, Paris. When you, based on what you know, that in other areas, what is the current situation, the security situation around other areas in Haiti? How, in other words, would you say, based on what you have seen, would you say that the security forces are in charge of the areas, are more in charge?
I think you have to divide the country in 3 phases. There's one case, the government, the police control everything. It's the north, the part of north, south, and a little part of Port-au-Prince, Delma, Pétionville. And there's another part, some areas where the gangs control those areas, but they live with the people. They don't kill, and they have the control. And people are going to the activities, school, church, and the population on those areas. There is another, the last and the third case. It's the areas where police control a part, the gangs control another part. Sometimes the gang try to take the part where the police control. It is there the problem. Well, there is the problem. Some areas where and police control the part and the gangs control the part. And sometimes there are some fight between police and gangs. It is in those parts of the country where the population are victims against the gangs.
Okay, I see. What about in the rural areas of Haiti? What about security in those areas?
Which one?
Like the rural areas out of town.
Rural areas.
Yes.
Yes. And I explained in the south, and you have many departments. You have to say be in the Grand Sud. I can show you by Big South with many departments. That's no problem. Big North, you say Grand Nord, have many departments. There's no problem. But the main problem is in Western Department, Port-au-Prince, has many there's a big problem. You have in the center and Port-au-Prince, and Awan.
Yes. Well, in the capital, we're Paris. Tell us about how's the life in the capital. Are people moving around? Are businesses open? Can you move around in Port-au-Prince to do business, to do shopping, move around independently without fear?
Yes, people do, and people are moving, and the third case that I explained, and where the gangs control some areas and live with the people, it is the situation in many parts in Port-au-Prince, and people go to the activities, are going to the activities, and only they know there's a problem. We don't know when they will have attacks against the gangs. In that case, the population will be in their own when gangs will be fighting against the police against the gangs. It is what people question when it will happen. What will happen in that days? Okay, it is the question, it is the concern of the people.
Yes, I see. So there are areas in Port-au-Prince that are still under control by the gangs.
Exactly. If there is illegal peace, I can say it's not because of the international force or the police are fighting the gangs. Sometimes they are still quiet in some areas. They're still quiet, and in the part where they have authorities, now they try to live with the people to show they are good men and they are good people, and try to give another face to the country, the population. Some of them asked peace. They want to make peace with the nation, with the government, and they try to show they are good people in some areas. There is one who showed this week. They put a flat piece to show they want to change, they want to do peace with the people so the country can move forward. There's a speech like this on the social media. One of them, and the most and powerful gangs, and show and publish this week a letter on the social media. They were to an international organization as UN and OEA, but to make peace.
Okay. Yeah.
But there's no official answer from the government. There's no answer.
As you know that recently in the United States that the protection over thousands of Asians in the United States are now facing deportation, and I saw a report where the first batch of Asians were sent home. Now, so far, what has been the response to that?
But it's not new. It's not new. They do it every week, every month, and it's not a news. It's a news because of the context of the end of the TPS. But it's not news that the government, the deportation of Haitian from the United States was there no answer from the government to just accept they receive the people, and there is no answer. We don't know if those people are from the ones who PS or other people, and we don't I don't know and the origin, if there are people with TPS, they have been arrested or not.
Yes, I see. So far, the airport in Port-au-Prince remain closed on the ports.
Yes, still closed. I have to. There's a domestic airport close to the international airport, which opened for domestic flight, and from Port-au-Prince to Cap-Haïtien to Les Cayes, but the main airport, international airport, is still closed down.
Yes.
I heard that American Airlines will be back to Haiti by November, but it will operate to Cap-Haïtien, not to Port-au-Prince.
Oh, I see. Yes. And the last time we spoke, Haitians were still having difficulty accessing medical supplies, food and water. What about the main hospital in Port-au-Prince? Is it still closed?
Still closed. We have less hospital open hospital now, and when you have situation as that happened to Kinskov, the situation will be worse, and because people have to flee their house, and they are displaced. We have more displaced now. People will need food, will need water, and healthcare. The situation is not improve. It's not improve.
Okay. Yes. So people are still having, and as it relates to food in the markets, you said the market is open in Port-au-Prince, but it is still difficult to get food from the rural parishes into Port-au-Prince.
Exactly, because the main roads are still on the control and the national roads, and the people have to pay, or it's become more expensive to transportation for people, or goods are more expensive, and you can imagine, and that will have incidence on the inflation.
Yes. Well, it is just a few days before September. What about the schools? Are there any chances that those schools in Port-au-Prince or schools in those areas affected will be reopened?
School should be open on September 7th, and it is the decision of the government. I think it will be open because there is many years, 3-4 years, that decision is that this school are and open in that situation. They will be the same this year, I think. There is no expectation that the situation will be normal and they become days, or they become months. There is no sign that will be and improve and quickly. There is no sign for that.
Yeah. So do you expect all the schools to be reopened or some?
Say again, please.
Do you expect all the schools to be reopened, or you expect some of those schools to be reopened?
I think they will be reopened because of the economic problems. Maybe some families will send the children school maybe in October, because October it's people used to show the schools used to open in October, people are still to go to school in October. For having more days of school, government tried to open it in September, and even all the children will not go in the first days, but by October, all the school will be opened.
Yes. Well, we sincerely hope that Paris, I must ask you, remember last year there was a shooting incident in which some people were killed and some journalists were injured. What has happened to those journalists? Some journalists were injured and sent to Cuba. What is the latest on them?
There were 3 or 4 journalists who were to Cuba for healthcare. Yes. And only one stayed in Cuba for more care. I don't hear about him in some days. I don't know if he's back in Haiti yet or not. But I can say months ago, and the gangs have kidnapped 2 journalists. It's 5 months ago. We never hear about them. Maybe we don't know if they have been killed or not. This week, their family has organized a symbolic funeral for them, because we don't have information about them. We don't hear about them.
Wow. So they might be killed.
Yes, maybe.
Right. And what happened to that radio station that was taken over by gangsters? Is that still the case?
But most of the media have left the areas and the dangerous areas to establish in Pétionville or Delma. But one of the problems for the media now is the economic problem. Yes. There is less advertising and less advertising, but it's not only a Haitian problem. It's and also the social media, and people use more social media than traditional media, and there is less opportunities for traditional media now.
Yes. I can see that, that is having a negative impact on media around the Caribbean, and it is also affecting media operation in Haiti.
Yes, exactly. You have first economic crisis and the changing in the media landscape.
Okay. Yes. Well, you have to stay safe, and the threat level. What would you say the threat level against the media in Haiti at the moment?
How to stay safe?
Yeah.
You have to avoid some areas, and you have to avoid to go to some areas to you use and telephone for some interviews, to interview people in the areas where and the control of the gangs, and use also the human rights organization who have information on those areas, and it is the minimum we can do.
Yes. Right.
I can say, but the media are still and quickly talk about it and are still and criticize the gangs. We still do it, even the dangerous. So we still do it.
Yes. Well, Paris, I would want to thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and I'm urging you to stay safe. And
thank you so much. It's a pleasure. I think I can't wait to give you good news about Haiti. Unfortunately, it will be bad news.
Yes.
I hope in one day, and after that, I will give you good news to say there is no more gangs and election have been organized. People are moved without fear to the street any time in the day. I hope I can say one day those news for you.
Thank you very much, Paris, and have a good day.
See.
Yes, that was Paris Jerome there telling us about what is happening in Haiti. And boy, it is very, very, very troublesome, as you heard from Jerome what is happening there. Let us take a break. This is Rebel Radio.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Hardware and Supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools Hardware and Supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Heels. Keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set your budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next bill of view from me up, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit giant line to stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving. Big JPS, powering what matters.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. Yes, and as we try to keep you informed about what is happening, we're going over to Barbados now to have a discussion with political scientist Peter Wickham. As you know that one of the, looking around the Caribbean last year, we had elections in 6 Caribbean countries. Then you have this geopolitical situation where the region, United States, yes, flexes muscles, capturing a president of Venezuela and kill over 100 people in Caribbean waters who are allegedly drug traffickers. And the place has changed significantly. Yes, Peter, good afternoon to you. Peter? Hello? I don't know. I'm not hearing you clearly. Something.
Better.
Oh, I am here. Go ahead now. I'm hearing you better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So I'm saying good afternoon to you, and it's good to be with you again.
Yes.
It's been a thought, yeah.
Yes, of course it is. And Peter, from where I sit, you know, I am. The world has changed. Based on what I have seen, and the changes are not just globally. I'm talking, but in the Caribbean. What have you, from where you sit? What do you see happening in the Caribbean?
No, it's been an interesting realignment. I mean, we would have lived through the Cold War, probably not so much the World War, but certainly the Cold War, and these are certainly some substantial changes that we're seeing now. I would say certainly the most substantial since the 1950s. There's a complete realignment. The hegemonic power, which is the United States of America, I think this is the most unpredictable that they have been for a long time. So we are unsure where they will fall. Within the Caribbean, we're seeing what appear to be extrajudicial killings in the Caribbean, which is being executed by the United States Army. We're told that a couple of Caribbean people from St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, I believe, have been caught up. It's a very interesting time, and then of course the tariff threats are coming fast and furious. I know we have a war in Iran, which has essentially destabilized the global economy. I would say this is probably the most tumultuous period that we have had since the ending of the Cold War.
Yes, indeed, and you will observe that the Caribbean leaders are mostly silent. You have not heard. We have not heard anything from our Caribbean leaders, which suggests that they are obeying what the White House is saying.
Well, I mean, with the exception of Kamala Persad-Bissessar, she has been very vocal in support of American foreign policy, but the rest of them have been largely silent, and I think that we can interpret their silence to mean that they're not thrilled, and indeed that they're not really sure what position to take. Historically, if you line up behind the United States, you would always be on the right side. You know, we say you line up behind America, Canada, and Britain in that order. This is no longer a time where you can do that, and I think that the silence reflects the fact that there's confusion on the part of the leaders regarding, what happens next. Where do we go from here?
Yes, of course. Very interesting time we are living in at the moment here, and it is not only interesting, but it has some implications. For example, I saw recently where the Europeans have indicated to some countries in the Eastern Caribbean that they must abandon a program that they have there, and based on my discussions, that program is a main source of income for many of these countries, and they are being told that they must abandon these programs now. Have you seen that?
Yeah, you're talking about the CBI, and the CBI has been a major revenue earner. I would say after agriculture, after industrialization, then CBI was really the next big thing in terms of revenue generated. Pretty much all of the islands that have been practicing the CBI have been told to stop it. First by the Americans and then also by the Europeans through the EU, threats of visa policies. And now on top of that, the Caribbean leaders are being coerced to take third country asylum, third country nationals in terms of refugees, third country refugees. So the plot is thicker where that has concern, to be sure. And yeah, it's again adding to the level of confusion that we face. But the CBI has been a savior. Certainly, if you look at Dominica's situation, Dominica's airport is well underway, being constructed within, I would say, a 5-year period, while the one in St. Vincent and the Grenadines that didn't use CBI resources took them the better part of 20 years. So I'm seeing a situation in which it's clear that the CBI revenue has been lucrative and good, and now the leadership has been instructed, look, you need to get rid of it and find another way to do business, find another way to make the budget shortfall.
Yes, and this is certainly going to put these countries into difficulties. Yes, but as we see that they are being instructed, and we are waiting to see what is going to happen. Over in St. Kitts, Peter, I see that they are preparing for elections.
I mean, it seems like St. Kitts is perpetually preparing for elections. I mean, it's easily the most electorally active island in the region because we only have federal elections, we have local elections in Nevis, federal elections between the two, and of course you had one of the shortest terms with Timothy Harris' administration, where he went back to the polls less than a year away from the previous election. So it appears as though an election is now due, I think, in another year, but there's a sentiment on the ground that it may be called early.
Yes. I don't think I understand the electoral system in St. Kitts, because I am trying to look at the issues, and one of the issues that I see is that development that has been announced for the Nevis, that a major multi-million-dollar development there. But I understand that the main government that is in St. Kitts, they have some questions about the project. Now try and explain to me and my listeners the electoral system in St. Kitts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in simple terms, it's not very different to that of other islands like Jamaica, for example, and Barbados, where you have a national election. In their case, they call it a federal election because the St. Kitts and Nevis, previously Angola was involved, and Angola opted out independence. But St. Kitts and Nevis operate on the basis of a federal system. The challenge, however, is that Nevis also has a local government, which isn't awfully large because it's a very small island, but there's a local government for Nevis, in the same way that Tobago would have a local government, but the level of power that they have at the local level, and federal, they also have a parliament, means that ultimately, we're looking at a federal system. So the arrangement that they have is called a federation. Major matters in relation to development projects, printing money, relations with economics, and foreign policy, of course, are handled at the federal level, which would have been the national level in most countries. But Nevis would therefore need to seek permission from St. Kitts to do a development of that size, because of the size and the fact that you're talking about essentially ceding land to a foreign person who will set up a quasi-state. It's almost in that way, a quasi-zone. That's the complexity of it. It is very unpopular at the federal level. The concern is that it gives a developer the ability to set up a mini-state. People are uncomfortable with that because there's laws and flexibility that he would have within that zone. On Nevis, the conversation is really about the fact that there's going to be a lot of money associated with it. It would bring in a lot of money, and developments are going to be sold for good money. And there is a tussle between the Nevis administration and the Prime Minister of Nevis and the federal administration and the Prime Minister, which is Dr. Drew. Dr. Drew seems not to like it. The people of St. Kitts and Nevis at the federal level seem not to like it, but at the local level, the Nevisians are somewhat divided, but certainly the Premier is very keen on it. So in a nutshell, that's how it works. The autonomy that the Nevis administration has is insufficient to allow them to proceed with a project like that without, the permission.
Okay, I see. Oh, I see. So as it to the elections itself, is that the opposition, the opposition is mainly in Nevis? Is that
no, the Nevis Island administration sits in opposition. They have 4 seats, and the Nevis Island administration occupies. There are 4 seats at the local level. At the national level, there are 3. And the Nevis Island administration has been, the Premier has been able to capture all 3, himself and 2 others. So he sits at both. He sits at the federal level, he also sits at the local level. So he has local power based on an election that they held at one point, and he also has federal power based on the fact that he won at the federal level. The seat delineations are slightly different. At the local level, as I said, there are 4, but there really are 5 zones or 5 constituencies. At the local level, at the national level, there's 3. He would have won all 3 and sits in the parliament. He sits on the opposition bench because he's not part of government. But to be honest, he has not been very active in terms of his pursuit of government. And the feeling that many people have is that he could as well be part of the government because he hasn't really been an opposition leader in any real way. Having said that, he's opposition leader simply because the other 2 MPs are from different parties and would never choose each other. So he is by default opposition leader because he has the support of 2 other people on the opposition benches. So he is now is effectively leader of the opposition. But as I said, his stature in terms of the politics of the country is not considered to be opposition-ish, if one could call it that.
Oh, I see. So,
yeah.
So that sounds as if the incumbent government is going to don't have a stiff opposition then, because it will have,
precisely.
It really appears as if they with what exists now, then the incumbent government should retain power.
Well, I mean, in a default sense, that seems to be where the conversation is going. Timothy Harris has gained considerable ascendancy, but he only has 1 seat. There are 8 of them on St. Kitts. He has 1. The government, of course, has 4. If he were able to win a 2nd seat, then it could be a different conversation. The problem is that you also have the People's Action Movement in there. So there's three main parties at the federal level, and they essentially split the votes between themselves. So in that environment, Labour romps home and is likely to romp home unless there's some kind of a coalition that is determined that can work.
Okay. Well, let us see. It would appear as if the elections are going to be held this year, although they are not constitutionally due. It should appear as if they are going to be held this year. Don't you see that way?
Well, if I were the Prime Minister, Drew, I would encourage him to call the election early because he would need to take advantage of the confusion in the opposition benches because it's not going to last forever. The moment that the opposition becomes united, there's a very slim difference between the 2 of them. So, and he has some challenges, and he has some major economic challenges. So I would say that an early election would be in his interest. And I do agree that it would be something that he should probably do. Whether he will or not, it is a different story.
Okay. Yes. Let us see what is going to happen. In Barbados, Peter, what is the latest in Barbados?
Well, I mean, we've been, I would say, been relatively quiet since crop over. We had a national festival and it was very successful this year. I would say that things have been relatively quiet. Right now, one of the big issues is, ironically, is the circus, where government gave permission for a circus and then took the permission back. So there's been a lot of talk in Barbados. Having said that, the opposition Democratic Labour Party, which is unrepresented in Parliament, they go into their annual conference, I think this weekend. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. The substantive leader sits in the Senate by way of nomination from the president. He is the presumptive leader of the Democratic Labour Party. However, the party has its own structure, and they would have been having a president who would have resigned after he lost his seat. So the presidency is vacant right now, and the concern is whether who will essentially ascend to the presidency of the Democratic Labour Party. But I would say that at this time, our political attention is more fixed on the Democratic Labour Party than the Barbados Labour Party.
Yes. And of course, regionally you would have seen where, two items dominate on Tuesday. Elections are being called for December in Haiti, and the Americans have tightened the screws on Cuba. That significant suffering is taking place. What do you think of the elections? About the elections in Haiti?
In Haiti or in Cuba?
Haiti.
The Haiti thing is something that I'm not really able to comment sensibly on. I'm not very much in control. I do know that they've been having a lot of challenges maintaining law and order, but I do wish them well, but I'm not very much on top of what has been happening there, I'm afraid.
Okay, yeah. You would have seen that the Americans have tightened sanctions on Cuba, and that country is under pressure.
Yeah, and that's a disturbing development for a lot of us in the region, because we have had so much support and assistance from Cuba over the years. To see them in this situation now, it's not a pleasant situation. But yes, I understand that the situation there is quite dire. Actually, the Barbados ambassador recently returned from Cuba, seemed to have more or less found the hardships too difficult to manage. But across the board, it's been difficult there. The embargo the United States has been pursuing is almost total, and many people feel it's really heartless, that a country which has been through so much is essentially being brought to its knees. No fuel to put in vehicles to run generators so people can get electricity and so on. It's not been good. It's not been good.
No, not at all. And as we said at the start of the program, that the world in which we are living now, we find that most countries are, what should I say, afraid to intervene and to offer any help to Cuba, because the oil problem there, that Mexico used to sell them oil. They have stopped. Well, Venezuela have cut off the supplies from Venezuela, and as we stand now, most countries seems to be afraid to offer humanitarian help to the people of Cuba. Do you think the Caribbean can do more? Well,
I would like the Caribbean to do more, and I think a lot of people feel that the Caribbean should do more, but I also understand the fear of Caribbean leaders of getting involved and essentially getting caught in the crossfire because the media is so small and so weak. So for sure, like so many other people, I really do wish that the Caribbean could do more to help. But you know, the fear is real, and I get that most people are saying we would love to, but you know, they're afraid to get involved and make any initiative that angers the United States of America. The United States of America seems to be very angry. You know, seems to be very angry.
Yes, of course. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Peter, thank you very much for your time, but what are your final words when you just on the Caribbean Sea, when you look on what are your final words?
Yeah, well, you know, as I said to you earlier, we've been through, well, we didn't go through the war, but certainly we've been through the Cold War. The 1990s was a period of structural adjustment in the vast majority of Caribbean islands, and we've seen this type of thing before. You know, the United States invaded Grenada, and there was, you know, socialist experiments that failed in Jamaica and also in Guyana, and there's been a tumultuous period before. I think this one is certainly by far one of the worst that we've seen, but this too will pass, and that's my only hope. But it really definitely has been a test of our leadership, and it's also been a test of our resilience, and I don't know if it helps to know that there are people in Cuba and Venezuela who are being tested even more, but it definitely has been a test like no other. The world order will not be the same again. My expectation is that, you know, China's march towards hegemonic status will continue apace, and I think that what's currently going on, which should destabilize America a lot, will help China significantly, and you know, maybe we will see some alignment in the future. So it's going to be interesting when the dust is settled on all of this, when Trump is no longer president. You know, we're able to look back and reflect and see what the future really will hold.
Yeah. Well, Peter, I want to thank you very much for your time this afternoon, and you know, as you said, we sincerely hope for the best. Thank you very much, Peter. Have a good afternoon.
My pleasure. Good chatting with you, Desmond, and hopefully we can chat again soon. Okay. Take care.
All right.
Right.
It was political scientist Peter Wickham there, keeping us abreast of what is happening in the Caribbean and around the world. You know, as we both agreed that the period in which we are now is a very challenging period for us all. Yes, and as you heard so far, the situation in Haiti continues to be a challenging one. Yes, people are being killed, displaced. Yes, and the suffering in Cuba, yes, continues. There people are also being displaced, and life is so difficult for the people. Here at home, we have our challenges too. Yes. Thousands of Jamaicans are still grappling, trying to put their life together after the hurricane. Yes. And you know it has not been easy for us at all. Well, we have to continue to do what we can do to help the people. And, you know, this is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with your super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Keep it cool, keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set your budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next million view from me up, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit giant line to stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving. Big JPS, powering what matters.
Amazing grace, how sweet, sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. But now I see was grace that taught my heart to fear, and grace my first believe. Are you with me? So amazing grace.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio. You know, today is Wednesday, and it's time for us to turn our attention to what is happening in agriculture. Yes, what is happening with our farmers around the Caribbean. Yes, and what we are doing in order to feed ourselves, and the challenges we are facing. Yes, good evening so far. Yes, to my colleagues Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening, sir.
Yes.
Good evening. Still afternoon in Jamaica. Good afternoon.
Yes, of course, yes. Well, as you know, we are faced with challenges around the Caribbean. Issues we are facing. Yes. Hold on.
Desmond.
Yes.
Desmond.
Yes, sir.
May I make a comment, please?
Hold on.
May I make a comment, please?
Hold on a second before you make the comment. Mr. Oliphant.
Yes.
You have some noise in your background there. You have to. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Adams.
Hello.
Yes, Mr.
Adams.
Yes.
Ines.
Yes. Oh, yeah. Go ahead, Mr. Ines. Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the problem facing the Caribbean or CARICOM is the attitude of governments, attitude of CARICOM agencies, the attitude of international agencies to the plight of the small farmer. The small farmer in the Caribbean is a legacy of slavery. And the plight of the small farmer has not dramatically changed over these 300 years. While I was at UW St. Augustine in the 60s, a study was done called Small Farmers in Jamaica. And that study was done prior to independence in 1962 in Jamaica. And the study found that there were 1 million people at the time who were attached to the land, and small farmers or small subsistence farmers or cash crop farmers. All right? If you Jamaicans were to check the data, that figure has not dramatically changed. That figure has not dramatically changed. And as a result of that, when the CARICOM countries became independent, the Caribbean people inherited broke governments. Governments were broke because they were saddled with an agricultural population that the British had made no arrangements for upward mobility or employment. Thousands of Caribbean small farmers migrated to the Panama Canal. You check the figures. Over 100,000 from Jamaica, 50,000 from Barbados, all men migrated to fix to build the Panama Canal. And from then until now, CARICOM countries have been addressing population growth with migration. And it's only in recent times, commencing in the 1970s, when the Bahamian model of the service industry came into impact the region, that thousands of people were taken out of that environment because of tourism. Until CARICOM governments address the issue of the small farmer, right, the Caribbean will remain a food deficit region. There's no programs in place that see the small farmer as a change agent. We have to put in the minds of our young people that food production is a business and not a legacy of slavery. We
have come out of slave societies, and the impact of slavery still remains. But you all don't see it in the Caribbean. You all don't see it in the Caribbean, right? We in the Bahamas are very, very much aware of this phenomena. All right? We're very much aware of the phenomena. We've gone to the other extreme where that we virtually had no small farmers. That's the other extreme, which puts us in a bad position in terms of food production.
Yes.
All right? Unless the small farmer issue is addressed, spoken about, programs developed, we will remain a food deficit region. That is my comment for the day, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, Mr. Enos. That is those points are relevant points, and you know, right around the region, as you pointed out, that the small farmer, you know, we need some attention, serious attention in that direction, so as to bring these farmers up to stock, so that we can start produce more, right? And I agree with you, certainly. Shiraz, you last week you raised an issue facing your milk farmers in Trinidad. What is the latest on that? Shiraz, you are there? All right. Those who are Mr. Adams, Mr. Oliphant, you wish to make any comments on what Mr. Enos just said?
Yes, I would agree with Mr. Enos with what he said. Enos, what's his name? What he said. You see, when the Europeans came here, this part of the world 400 years ago, they were not looking to do agriculture. They were looking for El Dorado. But they came and they saw a beautiful land, a beautiful soil. And then they switched. They realized that they find gold in another form, and that's agriculture. And they use agriculture in a biblical manner in order to enrich themselves. But by the time we get independence, the soils were already 3/4 way gone. So the descendants of the slaves who made the European rich, their children now are saddled with a soil that cannot even feed themselves, and that's the problem. And so you're correct. But the thing is that I got a problem with the politicians and the people who consider themselves as agents of change, and the people who consider themselves as want to see food security in the Caribbean, that they're giving money to the politicians without doing groundwork to see where the money is going. So they put the money in the hands of the politician, and the politician take the money and go and do a lot of stupidness with it. And we investigating this. We gonna do like Guyana, what they're doing now. What they call it? Something change. They were the pattern changing. They hold some conference. They spend some money, but nothing goes to where it is supposed to go. It doesn't go there. It doesn't go to the farmer. They just spend their money in hotels and so forth, with big conferences and so forth. Nothing goes to the ground, and that's the problem. So we have to get these people who wants to see changes in the Caribbean, who wants to give money to farmers for food security in the Caribbean, that the money goes exactly where it is supposed to go, to developing the farmers, not the pocket of the politicians. That's one of the biggest problems. I got a call today from a farmer in Guyana, a rice farmer. The one, you know, we got a lot of big rice industry. The farmer called me and he said, look, Mr. Adams, we really got to do something. We are sorry. We really got to do something. This industry is really going to dirt. It's going down, Mr. Adams. So I told him plain and straight, I am willing to help you guys. I'm willing to come and have a conversation with you. But we got a problem in this country when it comes to politics. Rice in Guyana is thick politics, deep politics. And once a man like me get into certain areas to talk to farmers, we got a problem. People gonna start showing up like if I'm a politician. I'm not a politician. I'm just trying to help the farmers to see a different day. But they don't see it like that. They see me as something that is against their policies and their program. And that's one of the other things that we got to look at. I'm not sure what's happening in Jamaica, but I know it's happening in Guyana. Their politics is controlling agriculture and not the farmer. All the agriculture agencies like MARI and GRDB and Rice Producers Association and so on, all are controlled by politics. And so even if these scientists in this organization know the solution and how to get the solution, they cannot make a move unless the politician tell them to make a move. And in most cases, in my experience, every time a politician make a decision, it's always the wrong decision. He make a decision based on his ability to control and not a decision to ensure that the farmers move forward or be uplifted.
Yeah.
So agriculture in Guyana is at a 0 point right now, unless we make some serious changes. Yeah. Agriculture in the Caribbean are at the lowest stage ever in the history of the Caribbean. And that is why I sit down and I decided to get that paper put together. Our problem is not confined to one country. It's national. It's all across the Caribbean, all across the Caribbean. But who do you talk to? Who can you go? Which prime minister? Which agriculture minister? Forget about mine. He's a promising man. Which minister in CARICOM you could go and sit down and have a conversation with and say, Chief, I need you to take a look at this thing and start getting your colleagues in the Caribbean to look at this thing. It is very, very important. Which Minister of Agriculture we could do that? We could do that too. I can't put my hands on none. Thank you.
Well, we will have to try. We'll have to try and do the Caribbean farmers will have to try and do that. Right. That is something that we will have to try and do. Well, hold on. Jones, you have any comment on this discussion so far?
No, not yet. I'm still absorbing that I heard.
Well, Mr. Adams, one of the things, as I said, we have to try Caribbean Association. I cannot put my finger on a minister right now, but we'll have to, as I said, try to find one who will address these issues, because, as you pointed out, that this is one of the critical issues facing the Caribbean farmers. And if we are to move forward, we will have to address it. I just want to bring you all up to date. You know that one of the things that we worked on is to form our constitution, put our constitution together. Well, we have completed the work on the constitution so far as it, and we are going to, Maureen is not present this week. Will not be present this week. We are going to be having a committee meeting next week, and hopefully at the next meeting we will be presenting the amendments to the group, for the group to look at it, and to finalize the formation of the constitution. And so in the coming weeks we hope to do that. Shiraz, you are with us? Shiraz? I see him here, but he's not responding. Apparently, he's Shiraz? I haven't for the past 2 weeks, I haven't seen any of our colleagues from Barbados. I am trying to link up someone in Suriname, but I am having some language barriers there. I'm still, Mr. Adams. Are you in contact with? I know you are in contact with farmers in Suriname. Can you link up any with this group?
Well, I had Mr. I'm going to talk to my good friend. I will try and get some linkage from Suriname. All right. I am supposed to do a trial in Suriname sometime in October. Very, very important trial. Because their rice are in serious trouble as well. Rice, not only rice, their entire agriculture sector is in real serious trouble. And so I had a conversation with the Minister of Agriculture and one of his right-hand individual, but they're not willing to move to the next level. So I'm going to do a trial with ANROD, which is the scientific lab, rice scientific lab in Suriname. So there are two people who wants to be a part of this organization. There's a young lady who is actually a food specialist, and she wants to be a part of the organization because she's claiming that getting certification out of Suriname to ship meat out of Suriname is difficult. And I think she will explain. She will explain that in detail when she gets here. I'm going to send you her information so that you can add her to the organization. My good friend Atmar, who happens to be an agriculture scientist, an agriculture engineer, he's supposed to be a part of this program. But I'm not too sure why he's not coming on in the program. He's a very, 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 very knowledgeable individual in rice milling, and he's an agriculture engineer, so he's wide. He's very, very wide. So he's supposed to be part of the program. I called him and asked him. Well, he lost his wife recently, so I could imagine that he's still grieving. So I'm going to ask him why he's not being a part of the program, because his voice could be very, very critical in the Caribbean and in Suriname. He's very close to the Suriname government, so his voice will be very, very important to this conversation.
Yes. Okay. All right. We'll try and link him up. Shiraz, you are there now, Shiraz? Shiraz is not there.
I'm here.
Okay.
You hearing me?
Yes, I was.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I'm hearing you. I was asking you.
Okay.
I was asking you to update us on what is happening in Trinidad with the milk farmers. What is the latest?
Okay, but pleasant evening again, you know. First of all, let me say that I'm very happy to hear that you and Ms. Maureen and the committee finally have a first draft of the Constitution. And we should get it soon and formalized, because this Farmers Union, this Caribbean Farmers Union, have to be a very serious stepping stone towards having some negotiations and dialogue to the way forward. So this have to be done very soon, and I'm happy that you all have done that. Additionally, when I hear Mr. Adams and others talk about the problems in the Caribbean with farming, it is a long drawn out battle. And you know, we have lost some very good economists and agriculturists talking about the problem in the Caribbean, because it seems like, and it is true, Mr. Lee was saying that you cannot sit down without any agriculture minister in CARICOM and have a decent conversation about the way forward for agriculture, right? it's not happening, and we have to be very cognizant about what is taking place to people like Cuba and Venezuela in terms of the economy going down, because we had a lot of shipment, be it legal or illegal, taking place between Venezuela and Trinidad in terms of food stuff. You understand? In terms of vegetables, wild meat, all of that happening. So what you have happening is that these are the situations we have to keep looking at. Now, I am not saying that the illegal operation is right, but again, Venezuela, like Cuba, have some sanctions and some blockades around it that really destroying some of the neighboring islands. Because kill everybody, Venezuela put them all disease. And we have had wildlife and all kind of things coming from Venezuela, but yet we still haven't had an outbreak of, and thank God for that. If I was close to wood and knock wood, you understand? But these are some of the situations we face. What happening is that in Trinidad, and as I mentioned before, our farmers are still in the dark, and actually some farmers are actually starting to sell out some of their cows and downsize, because they're not waiting until the mania hit the fan to decide that. Because up to now the government and Nestle has not given us anything concrete to work with that will make us feel comfortable in the way forward for the dairy farmers. I myself have been dealing with a few cows and I stole it out because it's just not going anywhere at all, right? We have a number with the change of government. We had a number of very new people involved in the importation of the rejected meat in the U.S. And we have a lot more of that meat coming in. There is no protectionism in the Caribbean. I don't know if any one of the other countries have any sort of a protectionism in the development of the agriculture sector in individual states. We don't have it here because we rather import our universities and other economists and so on out of the universities. When the Nestle issued it first, they said, well, all right, we just have to increase the importation. They're not looking at how we can develop our sector. So these are some of the situations that we are faced with right now. And I don't know if you in the Caribbean have a snail problem, but my God, we have been losing a lot of crops, a lot of production because of this thing. So I could take it from there and I could listen to the other people comment on what I said.
Okay. So Shiraz, what you are seeing now is that the milk farmers are selling out their cows.
Well, people not waiting for when everybody want to sell out and people sort of run them to the ground to get their animals sold. Some people who are fed up, and these are some of the older farmers, the 70 years plus farmers. I went to a farmer this morning who normally would sell about 4 tins of milk, 3 to 4 tins of milk a day. I asked him what happened. He said, I'm not waiting to be, excuse the language, but he said, I am not waiting to be jammed against any wall. I am looking to free myself early. Yeah. One of the things I want to mention though is that with the amount of pet meat that's coming here, because actually it was proven by one other colleague of mine, showing that the meat was stamped pet food out of the US coming into the Caribbean, right? And it is selling almost half the price of what it takes to produce locally, right?
Yes.
So within the Caribbean, we had to oppose that, and we had a demand from government. I have been doing it for that for a while, but what I'm saying is that if we are producing 25%, it cannot be going lower. It cannot be going lower. It cannot be going lower. Every year it have to go up at some point in time.
Yes.
That's the protection that I'm talking about. Because with data we could say, all right, Trinidad 100% consumption is let me just use a raw figure. 100 tons consumed in Trinidad and Tobago. But if you're producing 40 tons, then we will not be importing more than 60 tons. Right?
Yes.
You know? So this is what I'm saying about some protectionism within the Caribbean.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think that would be one of our foremost points, in that if we are producing vegetables in our member state or some roof crop or something like that, we should not be, because these other countries that we are importing from is heavily subsidized. North America, Europe, and states, right?
Okay.
So in a big fight we have ahead, but I think we could go with the fight once we are organized and once we have support within member states.
Yeah. Hold it there, Shiraz. Gentlemen, just hold it there for me. Let us take a break. We are on food security on Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up big heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hard Hills.
Keep it cool, keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set your budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next bill view from the app, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit giant line, just stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving. Big JPS, powering what matters.
Yes, welcome back to Rebel Radio, and we're on food security. Yes, talking to our farmers about the challenges faced around the Caribbean. Yes, Mr. Jones.
Yes, Mr. Richards.
Yes. What is happening in Mandeville? So,
I can tell you,
Manchester.
I am done. The water situation is the number one problem. And from my other desk, yes, from my other desk as counselor, I tell you the requests are numerous. I remember this week I sent a water truck with 4,000 gallons of water in a particular area. And let me tell you, that for 15 different homes homes. And if people call me, thanking me. And that is how I see the extent of the drought. And people are calling, especially in the Madaba area, for water. And it's so dry. The beauty about it is this, that what is holding me, especially around the home, is that I have water. I have a tank that is 22 tons. And what I do is water from the kitchen and the washing machine, where I use to recycle to water the lawn and the plants. But it is real intense. The drought is real intense.
So I can imagine that this is having a negative impact on the farming community in Manchester.
Yes, negative, because we cannot plant anything. And you see what happened is, there were some of us who had greenhouses that were damaged by Melissa. So that's a double thing now. We are not, some of us not producing from the greenhouses, and in addition to that, the drought make it impossible. We just have to be, we just have to be caging the water, using the water like precious commodity. No, because it's just not there.
Whoa.
And Mr. Charles and my fellow people, I don't know what have happened to the other countries, but we in Jamaica, I think we have neglected our watersheds. And I remember previously I spoke on this program, wherein I said, we are so intense in building homes, in making homes, and we're cutting down the trees, we're cutting down the areas, the buildings, we're cutting down the hills, and we cannot eat concrete. We have to get food to eat, and we don't have that. And the chickens have come home to roost now. Yeah, I know people will say the El Nino effect and all of this and so forth. But we have to do something in order to increase our water supply. Our watersheds and so need to be protected, and people need to know that we cannot just willy-nilly cut down the hills, cut down the trees. Because I don't see it getting any better.
Yes.
It's getting better.
No, that is an issue. Well, as you know, the water, the drought is a situation that affects the entire country right now. I don't know what it is. I've spoken to some people in other Caribbean countries. I know that they are having drought too. Some Caribbean countries are having drought. Shiraz, is there a drought in Trinidad?
We did have some problems with the poultry industry is on a challenge because of the El Nino La Nina problem that we face in the world. But what is also happening is that at this point in time we had a couple of days of rain. But what we have is that a lot of chicken farmers, poultry farmers, were complaining about the amount of deaths that they have because of the heat wave. Now here the funny thing is that every night they hear the weather forecast, about the heat and drinking and making sure you drink enough water and go with sunblock and say this, that, and the other. But when we complain as farmers about the problem, we had a press release by the Meteorological Services saying that that heat shouldn't be killing chickens. But what we had is that the poultry farmers and them had a cut back about 15 to 20% about the amount of birds that they were putting into the pens because of the clusters. And they had to install drip systems and sprinklers and misters and so on with fans and so on to keep the chicken alive. We had in one case a farmer was growing like about 8,000 chickens in a pen, and he had losses like about 700 to 800 birds a week time. You understand?
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Adams, is there a drought in Guyana? Hello, Mr. Adams. Not there. Not there at all. Mr. Enos. Well, I've lost an internet problem there. I lost my we have lost our connection there. Some internet issues there. Let me try and reconnect with our farmers. Let me see what is happening there. I just lost all my callers there. I don't know what is happening. You're not having an internet problem over there? Yeah. I see. We have just lost. Give me a break. Yes, we just lost our internet connection. Shiraz, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, we lost.
And he's quite right. He's quite right.
We lost. Mr. Adams, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yes. I was asking you. I was asking you if you having a drought in Ghana.
Oh, we don't necessarily have a drought. The place is hot, but we don't have a drought as yet. Ghana is a land of many waters. And I hear you talking about Jamaica drought and water shortage. And I always ask myself, why is it Guyana keep pumping trillions of gallons of water in the Atlantic Ocean every single year? Fresh water going into the Atlantic Ocean. Why is it that we don't come up with a strategy where we could export this water into countries that don't have in the Caribbean? We literally throwing away water.
Yes.
Into the Atlantic Ocean. It's too much. Same thing with Suriname. Only the other day Suriname had flood for months.
Wow.
Too much water. What are you doing with all this water? And there are other countries that are suffering for water. In the Caribbean too, you don't have to go far.
Yes.
I mean, why do we put these politicians in power for? They don't have no brains. They have no vision. Gosh. The El Nino thing, listen to me, the El Nino situation is that we are doing more mining than agriculture. We have to do agriculture in order to counteract what is happening in the oil industry and the mining industry. You know, we are pumping all of this gas, burning all of this gas, putting all this gas in the air, burning the oxygen. We have to replace the oxygen. How do you replace the oxygen? You got to plant trees. You have to plant back trees. We are doing mining, destroying all the trees. We don't know why did God put the trees there. They're destroying all the trees and just to get the gold. And then they abandon the land and go on the way. You have to come up with policies that they must plant back the trees. Yes. The trees is what's going to protect us. But I really don't know. I don't know how these politicians think. I mean, I don't know. It's sad. It's sad. But if we don't start doing something very, very early, we're gonna run ourselves into some serious problems. I mean, we are already very close. We need politicians who started to think. I don't think we have thinking politicians or visionary politicians. Sorry to say that.
Yes. That is it. We are facing, as you said, some serious problem. Serious. Mr. Enos. Mr. Enos?
Yes, sir.
You are not facing any drought conditions in Bahamas?
No.
Okay.
We've been very lucky. Actually, the rain and drying possibly problems. But I will monitor the situation more closely and see what's happening in the southeastern Bahamas. Which are further south. They may have increasing drought conditions.
Okay. Yes. Well, we have to, as you said, as Mr. Adams said, that we have to start replanting our trees in order to address this situation that we are faced with now. And that is, and the farmers around the Caribbean can be one of the leading groups in this replanting exercise, right? We can do that. Is there any?
Can I say something here?
Go ahead, Siraj.
Within the European Union and the IADB and so on, there is funding available for reforestation and other things within the European Union funding and so on.
Yes.
The problem you have is that these monies used to come to the Caribbean before, and every year is reduced because governments seldom make use of these funds that come to the Caribbean, because it's something that is very difficult to pay for unless we start projects. And we as the Caribbean farmers could now seek to get those funding from IADB and other organizations and FAO in different regions, going in phases to do things in a different way. Right? Each Caribbean country cannot be self-sufficient in everything, as we keep saying over and over. And there's certain commodities that each member state has a professionalism about this and producing. And we need to look at that, and it's only through this organization where we can access funding and start to think different to the politicians, is when we will start to see benefit in the Caribbean. With unity, togetherness, where we can go forward, we must decide who the first member state that we're going to look to develop, and we must be able to agree on that. You know?
Yes. That's good. Yes. Mr. Jones.
Yes.
Oh, do you have any words from your other colleagues down in St. Elizabeth? I can imagine that they too must be having problems there with the weather.
Right around. They're having a lot of problems. A lot of problems with the weather, right? And even our fisher folks are having challenges. So, this food security thing is a serious situation, right? And I will always say, because we don't have an agricultural policy, anything goes, people destroy what they have to destroy, right? I remember years ago, the Innswood property had the highest sucrose content in the island for the sugar cane. And we cut out that and put in houses on that property. And the sucrose content was so high that when that goes to the sugar factory, they get so much sugar out of it per ton, greater than any other part in the island. And now it's concrete here.
Yeah.
And we cannot eat concrete.
No. Okay.
Right? It's not that we don't. Agriculture should be on buildings, should be on the marginal lands. And the lands that are suitable to produce, we should let them produce. And in addition to that, if they need irrigation, we put in irrigation system, we put in dams, so that we can survive, because we have to eat to survive.
Certainly, sir. The other thing that I have been talking to the farmers who produce goats, small ruminants, yes, and that is one area that there is growth in Jamaica, but they have a problem. They have a feed problem. And that is one issue that I don't know. In Shiraz, in Trinidad.
Yeah.
What about the small ruminants industry in Trinidad?
I think that a small ruminant industry with some protectionism could work in any Caribbean island. Well, take for instance Jamaica. Jamaica is doing the boer goat. And I admire Jamaica way back in 1993 when I attended a conference there with the CTA. That Jamaica had put up a tariff when the WTO was insisting that the Caribbean should have removed all tariffs on imported goods coming out of Europe. Jamaica did put up a 98% tariff on imported beef, lamb and goat, protecting their farmers. And not long after that, you see, coming out into Jamaica is that every restaurant in Jamaica has to carry curry goat and bami bread, thereby increasing the production of cassava and so on to satisfy that market. We have to be able to do that throughout the Caribbean. That is a form of protectionism, because they're insisting on because I can remember when we had a session, somebody asked him, Mr. Clark, I asked him the other section, because we was taught about WTO rules and so on, and the EPA rules, the European rules and so on, because of the guy from Grenada. He's present, our ambassador. He was educating people. He was on the regional negotiating machinery, right? And so on. His name's slipping me at this point in time, right? But the thing about it is that if we don't have the support like Jamaica give their farmers, government that is, then we are going to lose. Jamaica, because of that, the industry pick up. They have expanded their dairy sector, and once the dairy sector is expanding, every bull come out of a dairy cow will go into a beef herd. You understand? Barbados in one point in time had a very good thing going with feedlot, buying the farmer lamb and fattening them to one standard and selling it to the community. That crashed again because of change of government with a different policy. These are some of the institutions that we have to go back into and get it done so that we can have the more healthy product reaching our citizens. Jamaica and other countries have done well in the Olympics. When Trinidad come in, we get a bronze medal, right? Because it's the amount of crap we eating and feeding our children. So kudos to the ones of the Caribbean that have lived their head and done something in terms of agriculture to the others, and the others who have it there, a boo for them.
Yes. Okay.
When we're talking about livestock, we're going back to the same situation. There we go, right back to the same situation. Small ruminants, cattle, chicken, all need feed and high nutritious feed. Where that comes from? It comes from the soil. The grass got to be nutritious before the animal eat it and be healthy. You could use feed. The feed comes from soybean and corn and rice. Where that comes from? The United States. But we could produce in Guyana, Suriname, and Belize very easy. Once we have a structure, we got to put a structure in place. Don't plant rice alone. Rotate your crop. Make sure you plant soybean and you plant corn as well, just like the Brazilian. And so you have enough people not only to feed the people, but you have feed for high quality feed I'm talking about. For the animals, the livestock. And if you don't do that, it's not because you buy fine rice from Guyana, it means it's nutritious for your animal. It's rice, yes. But all you're doing is you're making foul dung. And that's the problem. You have to ensure, and that's my problem. You have to ensure that whatever the animal is eating is nutritious to the animal. Because that in turn will be transformed to us who will be consuming it. Because, we have the doctor online, he could tell you that.
Mr. Adam, I'm not picking a bone with you. I'm just throwing out a suggestion to you. When I look at Africa and India, they don't use soybean meal as their protein, They don't. No, what happening is that we in the Caribbean, and I presented that we were producing at one point in time a fish meal. In Tobago, we had a plant producing it. Government changed and they shut down that. We were producing that in Carsonfield with Dr. Adams in UWI. And we were very efficient in doing it. We are surrounded by water. We are surrounded by fish. We can grow fish just to produce a high protein. Fish is 68% protein, when soybean meal is between 45 and 47%. So we're talking about using half of the percentage, of fish meal into the animal feed. I see people in Africa and Indonesia and so on using things like kudzu and grinding it in large quantities, planting thousands of hectares and using kudzu as their protein. We need to look at not following America in everything that they do. Soybean is one of the most contaminated food on the market with GMO and GEO. So if we could convince ourselves enough that we can change from soybean as a protein base to something that we waste in Trinidad and Tobago and the other Caribbean islands, throwing away 2/3 of the fish. Because when we fillet the fish, we take 1/3 into the fillet and 2/3 are dumped. When we could convert that into a high protein feed, that will save us foreign exchange and be readily available for the Caribbean, because everybody in the Caribbean have fish surrounded by water. We need to look at those things, and you mentioned a couple of people who are engineers and so on. When we get going, we need to look at some of the researches that was done throughout the Caribbean. Look, take for instance in Antigua, they have done a research on using neem as a wormer for small ruminants. How that has translated throughout the Caribbean with Cardi, right? How the test was done, what results we got. So we could be able to produce, because neem is a widespread thing in the Caribbean because it's a tropical plant. You know, so these are some of the things we as the Caribbean farmers need to do and get it into the heads of the people and take it and work with it. We have the resources, you know. It's uniting and making it work for us is the important thing.
Yes. Well, you know, as we said, that you use one word there, Shiraz, which we have to implement that word, unity. Unity. We have to unite among ourselves to get things going. Well, unfortunately, we have exhausted the time allocated for this program. And I would like to thank all of you who are here, Mr. Oliphant, Mr. Adams, Mr. Enos, Shiraz. Thanks, gentlemen. And as I said, we will be coming next week. We should be in a position to advance or to present to the members the constitution so that we can formalize the Caribbean Farmers Association, which is our vehicle that we have to use to take us forward. Have a good evening, gentlemen. Until next week.
Okay, thank you all for having me, gentlemen. One thing I want to say with you all, please let us keep talking. If we have to repeat something, let us keep talking. Don't stop talking, don't stop communicating, because we will go back into a segregation. Let us keep talking, let us try to get everybody else on team. We need a bill,
Thank you very much.
Okay.
God willing. Blessing, brothers.
Have a good afternoon. Good.
Yes. This is Rebel Radio. Let us take a break.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up big heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set the budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next bill view from me app, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit join line to stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving. Big JPS, powering what matters.
Sometimes in our lives, we all have pain, we all have sorrow. But if we are wise, we know that there's always tomorrow. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. Please swallow your pride. If I have failed, you need to borrow, for no one can feel none of your needs that you won't mention. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Please, there is a load you have to bear that you can't carry. I'm right up the road and I share the load. If you just call me, yeah, hold on, yeah. When you need a friend, call on me. You just call on me, brother, when you need a hand. We all need somebody to lean on. I just might have a problem that you'll understand. We all need somebody to lean on. Lean on me when you're not strong, and I'll be your friend. I have to carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need somebody to lean on. This is for the little child without a father, for that man that doesn't have a place to stay, for that little boy living with hate. This is my story. There's a man standing on the corner. He has no home, he has no food, and his blue skies are low. Can you hear him cry? Oh Lord, there's a girl searching for a father and a friend, praying that the storm will someday end. But instead of walking away, open up your heart and say, I am here. You don't have to worry, I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to catch you when you fall. Ease my shoulder, you can lean on me. Well, yeah. There's a child who is sick and begging to be free, but there is no cure for his disease. He looked up to his mother as she holds his hand, praying that someday the sun will shine again and the pain will end. I am here. You don't have to worry, I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there to catch you when you fall. Here's my shoulder, you can lean on me. Tell me how can I love Jesus when I never seen his face? Yet if I see you dying, I wouldn't turn and walk away. So hold my hand and let me take you to a friend of mine who is waiting just to ease your troubled mind. He loves you more than you'll ever know. Instead of walking away, open up your heart and say, there's a man standing on the corner. He has no home, he has no food, and his blue skies are gone. Can you hear him cry? Oh Lord, I am here. You don't have to worry, I can see your tears. I'll be there in a hurry when you call. Friends are there. I'm living for Jesus.
This is the land of my birth. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is Jamaica, my Jamaica, the land of my birth. I will never leave her shores. I will never run away. I will always believe in the black, the green, the gold, I say. Our nation great above the trials. We must face the test of time. Cause our people, they are strong and we are going to get along. Though some people say we are poor, but the progress you make, my friend, is not always a rich you are. I said this is the land of my birth. I said this is the land of my
Welcome to another Wednesday. It is the penultimate, should it be? Another Wednesday in this month of August. August is coming to an end, and you know, things are speeding up. And when you look from now, the Christmas season is up on us. But first, before we do that, it's going to be back to school starting in 2 weeks' time. Despite all of what is happening and plans of protests and all that, school time is going to swing in on us before anything else happens, before it comes the last quarter between October and December. You know, that's party, sport, and a lot of stuff. Okay, it's the first round of the Premier League, and of course, the favorite, the Gunners, Arsenal, and Brighton. Brighton, surprisingly, at the top, then Arsenal, then City, Liverpool. Notably, my team, Manchester United. I'm not afraid to say, my team, Man U. I don't know. The coach needs to get it right with his players and his new signings, and to get it together and put the best team out there if you want to be a title contender. But the way it start against Hull City, a promoted team, but they went to Hull City and didn't get the best of results, losing 0-2 down there, and not looking good. Need to get it with a team that's worth how much millions of dollars and pounds, I can say. And poor little Hull City, don't even worth not even half that amount, beat Manchester United by 2-0. So get it right, Carrick. Get it right. Okay, so it's something that everyone is getting a panic, looking for the first win. We're going to look at also when going to be the next draw. All right. Easy boy Banks, yes, I saw that on Friday. Coming up next week, well, we're going to just see what can be done about that thing. Yes, Banks. So we're going to look into that. But, you know, with this early start, we get a little time because the other program is not available. So instead of 5:30, I am here now. I just wanted to seal up Conception Espinosa Coney. Yes, that you have recovered and everything is going and you're doing your work. And yeah, so looking forward to be creative in everything that you can do and to restore back all that has been lost. Okay. Hi, Sandra David. Yes, hello there. One of the fans there. All right, so let us see what we're going to start off, of course, with one from the man then called Shinehead. I'll just see which one of the Shinehead them we're talking about here. All right.
l'ambiance que pour la programmation.
Yes.
All your way, brothers and sisters today. How you doing? Hope you're doing fine. Finding me from this mix up and making a man like that and shining as I would say. Yeah. Real keen from a record machine to the star when all I see people rock with the mean as I will tell you. Finding me from this make you jump onto his speaking of this. Tell you about it. Sometimes it's hard, but try and you make it. Leave you need in order to achieve. Go forth and take it. Set yourself free. With obstacles in your way, you may fall before you rise. But if you really want good, you know off the run. So get up and keep your eyes on the prize. So as part of your plan, you feel your ambition, and the Almighty One as your foundation. Hey, nobody get rich and switch because that's definitely wrong. Me begging you, don't forget your friends and where you come from. If you are deep, remember God now sleep. And although you rob a man and you get well off, you fall off of the street, but your feet can go and steam because God is a silent river and you know it run deep. Throughout history, lots of great men and women went about things the old-fashioned way. They just kept on winning and winning. So strive, step up in life and go for what you know. You've got to strive, remove the doubt.
Yeah, man, you have to strive, you know. If you want good, you know, have to run. Tell them again, shine it.
Be not moved by smart remarks from people who think they're winning. Keep moving on, mind gotta be strong and don't indulge in self-pity. But strive, step up in life and go for what you know. You got to strive, remove the doubt from out your mind and let good go. With obstacles in your way, you may fall before you rise. But if you really want good, you know how to run. So get up and keep your eyes on the prizes and strive. Step up in life and go for what you know. You got to strive, remove the doubt from out your mind and let it flow. Throughout history, lots of great men and women went about things the old-fashioned way. They just kept on winning and winning. So strive, step up in life and go for what you know. You got to strive, remove the doubt from out your mind and let good flow.
Let's go and see if I can. You have another leg of the Diamond League that's coming up tomorrow, preceding the final in Zurich, yes. And we have the Clayton sister. I can't tell you, actually, Miss Jackson, Sherika Jackson, I think is out for the season. You know, haven't recovered from that slight injury. She ran in the Diamond League last week, and of course, you know, the Stephen Francis thing is still have an effect on his runners. I don't hear anything of Kishay and Thompson, the twins. I haven't seen much of them. They are just being ordinary. I don't know what are their program like or what is happening to his charges that was under Coach Stephen Francis. So I haven't heard if Paul or if Shanique Osborne, we need to know what are going to happen to the athletes that was conditioned by the late Stephen Francis. So it's something we'll have to dig deep to find out what's happening with his charges there, you know. Because it's going to be a world championship coming up next year, and the program that they normally do, weights, everything, until load off, all of that is going to come with the responsibility of who is going to be in charge of these athletes. Yes. Only man I can see keeping up is, of course, Oblique Seville, coming out of the Glen Mills camp, and a couple others that are with Glen Mills. But let us see the MVP base runners who was under the guidance of Coach Stephen Francis. What is going to happen to them when background training begins for the next. And background training starts September, but I know that they're going to take a break before starting background training and before offloading next year. Because it's going to be a very interesting World Championship coming up next season. Yes, to see. The Americans are flexing well. We have our girls, our young charges, you know, the twins and a couple others. And Melissa Jackson Wood and Shakir. Americans are blazing, you know, where the ladies are concerned, because we are not having any more Shelley and Fraser Price. We don't know what shape Elaine Thompson era is in. She's getting older there, and she's looking forward to have a comeback at the World Championship, where she have done much well, but she's the fastest over the 100. If she can find back some of those form, let's see if she can do that Elaine Thompson era. All right, so we still have a few ladies can do their thing, and we have, of course, our quarter milers coming up to the fore, but you have the big two, Paulino, and of course, Sydney McLaughlin. All right, so it's going to be a very promising season come next year, leading up to the World Championship. We're in Oslo. Yes, I think so. So it's going to be a fantastic. But before we say that, I want to say congratulations to, of course, Khadija Bonisha. I'll be going into that shortly after I play this one from Dennis Brown. Yeah, Khadija Bonisha voted. I think she should get the Ballon d'Or, but I don't know. Let's wait and see what more awards Bonisha. So, Kevin, you follow Kevin, you follow Bonisha, the girl football? Yes, she go on good for Jamaica and our club, Manchester City. All right, we'll wait and see. We're going to give you this Dennis Brown here, and we're going to take it back. Yes. All right, so we're going to see if we can work on things and so forth. Okay. Yeah, man, the promised land, the Brown.
The promised land, going to the promised land.
Yeah, man, right here on the World of Sports and Entertainment for your entertainment purpose only. Right here on Rebel Radio, Jamaica.
Yes, the promised land. Oh gosh, now to the promised land. Yeah. Make a step down to Asmara. Then we stop in Addis Ababa. Made our way to Shashamane. Riding on the King's Highway to the promised land. Going to the promised land. Oh gosh. To the promised land, oh, to the promised land. There's plenty of land for you and I, by and by. Lots of food to share for everyone. There's our segregation in the promised land. Oh gosh, take me to the promised land. It's the promised land, oh, that's the promised land. Oh, yeah. There's a lot of work to be done, oh God, in the promised land. Yeah, talking about the promised land. Yes, to the promised land. The promised land. Going to the promised land. The promised land. Oh, the promised land. Yeah, the promised land. Yeah. Brother man, what are you doing for the promised land? Gotta take your stand and let the brightness keep on. Yeah, there's work to be done. No, you can't run. Got a job to be done, so you gotta do it even a little by little. Yes, the promised land. Going to the promised land. Say the promised land. Going to the promised land. Prophets of old said the world's got to perish. Yeah. Oh. Don't let your hopes and aspirations from before you. No way. Gotta go, gotta go, got to go, I got to go, got to go to the promised land. Oh gosh, in the promised land.
Yeah, man, the promised land deed. We're not to give one more before the break. Come away, Luciano, right away. Yeah, man, the messenger actually share the same birthday with the man, you know. Yeah, same time in October, Luciano. You don't know the messenger right here. Yes, man. Yeah, man, this one taking us up to the first break. Yeah, man.
Come on, say, come on, from the
messenger Luciano,
land of the sinking sea. Come on, say, come on, oh, we children of Zion. Come on, say, come on, from the land of the sinking sea. Oh, we children of confusion, trapped in the world of delusion. Yeah. Now in this age of the odium of Gideon, up in mighty race, rise to this occasion. And come on, we say, come on, from the land of the sinking sea. Come on, we say, come on, we children of Zion. Come on, we say, come on, from the land of the sinking sea. Oh, ye children arise. Hear the words of the word. In the abundance of blessings, our souls will dwell. By basket and store, all things shall be well.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleyburg Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware, and supplies is turning up the heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring, and more. At Tools, hardware, and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com.
Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware.
Keep it cool, keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set the budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next bill view from me up, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit giant line, just stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving. Big JPS, powering what matters.
Yes, welcome back. We, coming into the segment now where we should have begun, but we get something earlier. Gonna just continue back, of course, with that Lucian and Come Away by the messenger himself. Pull it up.
Come on, say come away from the land of the sinking sea. Come on, say come away, oh we children of Zion. Come on, say come away from the land of the sinking sea. Oh we children arise, hear the words of the too long, you've been living in confusion, trapped in the world of delusion. Now in this age of the odium of Gideon, up we mighty race, rise to this occasion, and come on, say come away from the land of the sinking sea. Come on, say come away, oh we children of Zion. Come on, say come away from the land of the sinking sea. Oh ye children arise, hear the words of the world. In the abundance of blessings, our souls with prayer. By basket and stone, all things shall be well. With ever-flowing springs and vast streams. As long as you know the heart is clear.
All right.
Oh, we children
it come away, Luciano. Then I hitch from it there. And I feature this one from Queen Ifrica, Below the Waist. Okay, well, the club football, it's on. I think Mount Pleasant, Cavalier of the
Quarrel we fight, but we're gonna make it up tonight. I love you, baby. Me and my lover just always a fight, but him know if I do fi make me smile get bright. We war and him left and not come back till late in the hours with a bunch of the nicest flowers. Even though me vex, still me blood a boil. One look below the waist and me humble like a child. Can't help it, me couldn't hide the feeling. Plus him a thrill me with the more sweet talking. You know me not gonna knock you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say want to put on you down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. You know me now go box you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say want to put on you down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. This is the thing about a quarrel. When everything not work out right. But if you got anything like me and for me babes, well even when me just done malice him for days and a stress and I go left if him not change him tricky ways. We love for one another, make everyone amazed. The children believe in everything he says. We only going through a phase, so come tell me sorry soft in my ears. You know me now gonna knock you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say go and go put on your down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. You know me now gonna knock you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say go and go put on your down. And before you know it is another baby. A real man, so me now fi run him head. No man can't come in on me bed. So even if you always see me argue about most of the things when no one no one do like feel both with the kids pay the bills on time. Then I stay up me house when me just done shine. Me can't search your phone but you want search mine. I want when the whole of that combine. You know me now gonna knock you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say want to put on you down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. You know me now go box you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say want to put on you down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. Me and my lover just always a fight, but him know if it do fi make me smile get bright. We war and him left and no come back till late in the hours with a bunch of the nicest flowers. Even though me vex, still me blood a boil. One look below the waist and me humble like a child. Can't help it, me couldn't hide the feeling. Plus him a chill me with the most sweet talking. You know me now gonna knock you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say want to put on you down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. You know me now go box you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say want to put on you down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. You know me now go knock you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby. Him say want to put on you down, baby. And before you know it is another baby. You know me now go box you down, baby. Now me just want hold you down, baby.
Queen Ifrica, but watch out when you're from Dan Penn. Yeah, man, long time Lady Groove, Dan Penn. No.
About the musical days coming your way. Wait the town and tell the people about the musical days coming your way.
Only right here on the world of sports and entertainment with these retro with DJ Kingsley JJ.
No, no, no. You don't love me as I know now. 'Cause you left me, baby, and I got no place to go now. No, no, no. I'll do anything you say, boy. No, no, no. I'll do anything you say, boy. 'Cause if you ask me, baby, I'll get on my knees and pray,
Yeah, man, great instrumental, of course.
you don't love me, and I know now. No, no, no. You don't love me, yes, I know now. No, no, no. I'll do anything you
Yes, no, not the extended version, of course. Coming from Don Penn there. Yeah, man, the one you're featuring, of course, Black Judah and the Warrior King.
Black Ambassador. Yana Batafari, what inside Axe from Ethiopia. Haile Selassie says that name. Rastafari. Black Judah and the Warrior King. Warrior King, alongside Black Judah. And this one is exclusive. Inspiration from the King of Kings, Lord of laws, yeah. Defend of the faith, Rastafari grant us mercy, please. Over the wicked and the evil deeds. Lurk in the dark, trying to take our lives away. But I'm a warrior of dignity. I work so hard to feed my family. And yes, still the boss trying to take mine away.
Pull up that one, the man.
Kambasa, Yana Batafari, what is Zainax from Ethiopia? I listen says that name. Rastafari.
Black Judah and Warrior King.
Judah and the Warrior King. Warrior King, alongside Black Judah. And this one is exclusive. Inspiration from the King of Kings. Lord of Lords, Defend of the faith. Rastafari. Rastafari grant us mercy, please. Over the wicked and the evil deeds. Lurk in the dark.
That one you may I tell you, man, back in the days, I don't have south that did that one you still you know. Black Judah, from that time I don't hear the man come back to Jamaica or anything yet, you know, but you don't know the music have to still live on, and when I say Black Judah. Warrior King still are doing things, save me, but when I hear not more coming out of the Black Judah camp. So yeah, I could just go and listen to that one you then call, you know, Warrior King and Black Judah. Jah, mercy on me, please. Alright, let me get it back right here again. Yeah. Here we go. Alright. I've a little technical difficulty there. Give me a little pop up there. Black Judah and the Warrior King. Not getting back there. Come up. Having some. Not getting anything. Don't break me up. Now I get through up and down here. Let us find another library.
But she got me on the counter. Wasn't me. Stomach kissing on the sofa. Wasn't me. I even met her in the shower. Wasn't me. She even got me on camera. Wasn't me. Saw the marks on my shoulder. Wasn't me. Heard the words that I told her. Wasn't me. Heard the screams getting louder. Wasn't me. She said I think it was over. Honey came in and she got me red-handed. Creeping with the girl next door. Picture this when we were both making love on the bathroom floor. I had tried to keep her from what she was about to see. Why should she be in you when I told her it wasn't me? She was a really wanna with this. I never used to see you make me jiggle your flex. I saw the answer favor you in the complex. Soon as we live it, so you better change your specs. You know she have a thing up with her things up on the past. All the little in trouble for open mask. Quick for your answer, no open hand. But if she back up, you know you better run fast. But she got me on the counter. Wasn't me. Stomach kissing on the sofa. Wasn't me. I even met her in the shower. Wasn't me. She even got me on camera.
Let me just pause or shag it there and get it back. There's something that was carried in the media about Khadija Bonnie Shaw was being named the 2025-26 Professional Football Association Women's Player of the Year, earning the prestigious honor for the second time in her career. The Manchester City striker was voted the top player by her fellow professionals following a sensational season in which she scored 21 Women's Super League goals and helped City secure a historic Women's Super League and FA Cup double. Shaw also claimed the Women's Super League Golden Boot for a record third consecutive season. Right? So I'm telling you, this unusual. She's like a one of a kind. When you look at Shaw in her world of football, she's like a Usain Bolt. I mean, when her time is coming to her for an end to just take a bow out, you know. You're not, for us to get back another Bonnie Shaw, you know, we don't know when that's going to be. We have Jody Brown and others that are coming up, but I can tell you, Bonnie Shaw is out of the top draw. And yes, expect her to really make her presence felt for her club and also for Jamaica. And as she look forward to November in playing Costa Rica to qualify for the 2027 World Cup in what? Australia. Yes, so we want to just, you know, right here from Rebel Radio, World of Sports and Entertainment, say congratulations to Khadija Bonnie Shaw.
Wasn't me. Saw the marks on my shoulder. Wasn't me. Heard the words that I told her. Wasn't me. Heard the screams getting louder. Wasn't me. She said I think it was over. Honey came in and she got me red-handed. Creeping with the girl next door. Picture this when we were both making love on the bathroom floor. How could I forget that I had given her an extra key? All this time we were spending there, she never took her eyes off me. Wanna tell her that I'm sorry for the pain that I caused. I've been listening to your reason, it makes no sense at all. You should tell her that I'm sorry for the pain that I caused. You may think that you're unfair, just that's fighting, but we're not very good at that first yes. And it's all the time that the baby on the ground in. Well, you know you're sitting by your bargain door. It's a brother, baby, it's a different trouble. We see my power in it, every focus is still. Come up to right the whole of Africa, just go true. To the best places, there's on the top one night here. Tonight's a broken night.
Yeah, man, I'll give you some little mix in here, because I don't know. It's just minutes to the end of this program right here on Rebel Radio Jamaica. And yeah, we're just trying to mix it up a little. Going back into Friday with the regular program with Mr. Desmond Richards, and then World of Sports and Entertainment after. Then you have the racing thing that's coming up on Friday. So we're going to leave you out with this Mary J. Blige right here on World of Sports and Entertainment.
Let's get it from so you just everybody get on down, cause you know we got to get around. Every day is in the spot tonight. Come on, baby, we're gonna ride. Come on, baby, just party with me. Let you loose and set your body free. There's situations at the door, so when you step inside, jump on the door. Let's get it crunk, let's get crunk of the ball. This is so way, so you got to get on me. No hateration, before you get loose and start to free your mind. You will go ahead and rock your eye. Cause we're celebrating your mama. Get our life. Track pump and everybody jump and go ahead, get your back and get your body bumping. I tell you the situations that you know. So grab somebody, yeah, you'll have some fun. Let's get say it just a yes for me.
We're back here on Friday to do it all over again.
It's the Everybody Sale at New Budget Supplies. Do-it-yourself professionals and contractors. This is the sale for you. Lumber, steel, dress and form ply, water tanks, pumps, PVC pipes and fittings, toilets, bathtubs, vanities and basins, windows, paint, doors, floor and wall tiles, thin sets and grout. Up to 20% off selected items. 195 Hagleypark Road. Telephone 923-4560. New Budget Supplies. Always the best prices.
Tools, hardware and supplies is loading up big heat this summer with their super saving summer sale. Prices are slashed on everything you need to fix up your home. Beautiful tiles, sleek doors, top quality windows, modern sanitary ware, exclusive flooring and more. At Tools, hardware and supplies, we have you covered for the summer.
So come visit us at 279 Spanish Town Road, 4 South Camp Road, 8 Red Hills Road,
or online at toolsja.com. Tools!
The Lion King of Hardware. Keep it cool, keep it cool. Hey, JPS, keep it cool. Know the time at but JPS got the tool. Feel like you. Hey, keep it cool, keep it cool. No phrase for save option, they have to choose. Hey, I beg you looking at the app now. Set your budget, you have to stay on track. Watch your usage, don't pass that. Your next bill view from the app, just stop. Hey, you want to save on your bill, go on the app. No, you're not fit giant line to stay home and chill. Just keep it cool. I'm gonna download the My JPS app today and start saving. Big JPS, powering what matters.